Awesome. Welcome back to the Mammoth Trail Fest. We're finishing things up today. Day 3, I think, officially here in the village. An amazing race went on at the Golden Trail World Series. My name's Corinne Malcolm. I'm joined in studio, though, by not Dylan Bowman.
I'm Rod Farvard. I'm taking over for Dylan Bowman today. He had to get an emergency ride back to the Bay to see his son.
Rose needed a nap, basically.
So bear with me. I'm new to this, but joined by amazing co-host Corinne, and we're gonna walk you guys through what was an incredible day out here on Mammoth Mountain, and do some athlete interviews and see what went down behind the scenes.
This is basically a working interview for Rod, so let us know how you think he's doing.
Please
And
don't. I don't like feedback.
maybe we'll hire him. We all work for free. Okay, so Rod, before we start our first interview, which is with a very special guest, you were out there actually running cameras for the race this weekend, doing some uphill repeats at 11,000 feet. How was it?
It's been a while since I've done that. It's been a long and slow summer, and that's how I like to treat my summer. So trying to keep up with Joyce for a lot of the Dragon's Back climb and all the women that were within minutes behind her, within seconds at some points. And then before I knew it, the men were already on the summit, and I was trying to chase them with a live cam and couldn't believe what pace we were going. It's like, I don't even run this at what is our lower altitudes, and now we're at 11,000 feet running 6-minute pace across the mountain. So it was tough, but really inspiring, and yeah, excited to see the segment times.
Yeah, that's what we need. We need everyone to upload to Strava so we can see what actually happened out there, so that we can prove to Rod that he ran incredibly fast back and forth across the summit of Mammoth Mountain. I took the easy way out. I went for a very easy 75-minute run this morning, and then I jumped in a car with Danny Moreno, local to Mammoth area. She knew all the shortcuts, all the workarounds from closed roads. We were everywhere on course, getting to yell at our favorite men and favorite women before making it back down here just in time to see the sprint finishes into the village. And I guess to kind of kick things off, we should throw to our first athlete interview. We have Rachel Drake in studio with us. Hey, Rachel.
Hey, friends. How's it going?
Oh, we're good. How's it going with you?
Slowly coming back to life.
Yeah, I sat on the ground for, I don't know, like 10 minutes after the race and just like shared snacks with Lou out there. But you got up and went for a cool down jog, so the body must be feeling okay.
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Lou definitely has a lot of snacks, so that's helpful.
Yeah. Well, you're in the middle of residency right now. You guys have moved to Salt Lake City. We saw you at Western States. We got to, watch you shred Alta as a snowboarder at the Cirque Series race recently. So we knew that you were coming back, but talk about making the decision to come out to Mammoth.
I love the Golden Trail series, and a lot of my friends live in Mammoth. We stayed with Katie Asmuth, and it was just a fun weekend, getting to see you guys. My husband Tyler went for a run with Rod. I think just wanting to be in the community after working long hours in the hospital was a really big draw. And I did feel like I had some decent training sessions, so I kind of was curious to see where that put me. So I'm glad I came.
When did you make the decision to run this race?
I actually signed up for both this one and Headlands quite a while ago, and wasn't able to get the time off for Headlands. And then randomly at the last minute, I did get some time off, so ended up going to Run Rabbit Run with Tyler. But I had signed up for this quite a while ago, and just like knew that I would be on my ambulatory clinic rotation and that I would have the weekend off. So
nice.
Yeah, I had it kind of as a North Star on my calendar. Yeah.
But at the same time, we know that you have to be in clinic tomorrow morning.
I actually have the morning off.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh.
So afternoon. Tyler's like, we're never going to get out of here. We got to start driving home. But I just want to keep hanging out with you guys.
Yeah.
Well, we'll eventually let you go. But I guess, something that I find interesting before we talk about your race today, because it was very intense and very cool to witness. But you've had a season where you stepped up in distance in a really big way, 100K, 100-mile debut, and now back down to the stuff that we have, I think, grown to know as your bread and butter, being a regular on the Golden Trail World Series. How does it feel to be back on the series given the experience at Western States?
Really good. I think, I was kind of curious to see whether I would still be able to hang, because, I had Lewis 2 years ago, and then I had a stress fracture, and I raced Dolomites and Sierra Zinal, but I was nowhere near the fitness where I would want to be for those kinds of races. So I'm just really happy to be able to like stick my nose in there and actually compete. And just see people who I've known for, 5+ years, like friends from all over the world who are here in the United States. It's just really, really special. I was doing my warm-up jog yesterday, and I ran into Judith Wider, and she just like gave me this huge hug, and she has 2 little girls back home that I know she's missing. So we just kind of like bonded over that, and it's really sweet.
Yeah. I'm curious, going from a longer distance race to going back to a Golden Trail race, how does your mentality change in the middle of a race? Or are you like kind of thinking of those longer distance races the same, where you're like, I need to get out hard and I need to just try to hang on?
I think just stepping into this race, like actually Danny told me, Danny Moreno, she said, you know, you kind of just have to redline or almost redline the entire time. And in my mind, I was thinking, okay, well, at least it's not, 17 and a half hours
Of
of
redlining.
running. Like
Yeah.
I can redline for 2.5 hours. So I think having the longer distances just puts things in context and you're like, I can hurt for a long time. Like I know that about myself.
Yeah.
We'll see where that puts me.
It definitely didn't seem like you lost any leg speed going from training for these longer races and then coming back within a few months. So, yeah, talk about a little bit the training in between Western states and showing up here.
Yeah, I mean, it's been very hit or miss. I feel bad. So my husband Tyler coaches me, and every single day it's like I'll come home and I'm like, I can do a workout today. What should I do? Or I'll come home, 2 hours later than anticipated, and I'm like, I can't run at all today. So it's been very hit or miss. But I've had a couple good flat sessions, a couple good trail sessions. Living in Salt Lake City, we just have access to a lot of great vert and more trails than even we did back in Oregon. So that's been a huge asset, I think, to not have to drive too far to get to some good training grounds.
Nice. I think, okay, so I was everywhere on course today.
Yes, you were. I
Which
can attest.
which
I
was-
was like, how are you here? How are you here?
It's magic. If I can't be in studio watching the whole thing, I've got to be everywhere on course. So you had an epic battle out there. And we
Yeah.
will have Anna in studio. I think she's currently in anti-doping. But you had an epic battle with
Mhm.
Anna Gibson for that final spot on the podium, really like trading blows out
Yeah.
there. The ultimate, ultimately you finished in fourth, about just over 30 seconds back, I think, from Anna in the
30
end.
seconds.
Yeah. You're like, where can I get that back? Tell us a little bit, right? Because like
Yeah.
I saw you in these snapshot moments. I saw
Mhm.
you ahead of her. I saw you with her.
Mhm.
And then all of a sudden I saw you guys right at the end. So
Yeah.
what all happened out there?
Yeah. Well, from the start, I was like kind of off the front. I think I just had some adrenaline or something. And I very quickly got swallowed up by 10 plus women. And I was like, okay, that's fine. I just had to blow off my, steam a little bit. But then so once we started the really steep climb, I could kind of see her the whole time. Actually, I could see her the whole time, like once we got on the trail. So pretty much the entire race we were together, honestly. And then
That hot pink kit, it's really easy to
know,
find
I
her
was
too.
telling Anna Cassius, I was like, you guys are easy targets out there. I can spot you real. Anyways, yeah, I think it was cool because I talked to her after the race and I was like, you got the best out of me. Like, I was not allowed to rest at all. Like, you just kept me super honest and thank you for that. And she was like, same. She said, every time I felt bad, you were feeling good and pushing the pace. So it was super fun. We were together pretty much the whole time. I made a move past her and Lauren Gregory on the climb, just kind of knowing that like that was probably going to be more of a strength of mine. Whereas those two have some really good leg speed and I didn't want to be I have decent leg speed, but compared to
We
them,
saw you grind. Like we saw you switch.
was-
You ran all the way through the
Yeah.
top of the Dragon's Back ascent.
yeah.
We saw Anna switch to a hike in there. And so like we watched that move take place and then saw you
Mhm.
again lower down virtually
Yeah.
together. So
Yeah.
what did that feel like?
Yeah, well, I knew I had to put some time on her, like, if I was gonna hold that spot, and I was kinda hoping that I would be able to just hold it and she wouldn't catch me again, but she caught me right before McCoy where I saw you again,
Mhm.
and then there was a steep downhill, and I feel like I just got these, like, monster truck legs that I can, like, go pretty hard
Nice.
on the descents.
That is a technical descent down that mountain bike trail.
There were a couple
Yeah.
technical spots where I feel like I excelled a little more.
Yeah.
And then pretty much the last mile and a half, last 2 miles where it flattens out,
Cruiser.
Anna just floated away like this trail running goddess that she is. And I just kept, huffing and puffing, trying to hold on to my fourth place spot, knowing that, Tabor and Lauren were not far behind. So it was really satisfying.
Yeah. Did Anna put a move in or do you feel like it was just like this natural terrain change?
It was a move. I mean, you should ask her when she comes on.
Oh,
But
we
it
will.
felt like a move. Like, I was trying to put moves on her too. So, yeah, I ran out of matches in my match book, and that feels good, to figure out how many you have.
Yeah, and it's so cool to be in that situation where you feel like you could strategically put in a move rather than you're just holding on yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like that kind of dynamic shifted between you guys quite a bit.
Yeah. Yeah. It was great.
Yeah, I guess. Like, do you have something that you want to add to that? Okay. What I thought was really cool, and reflecting on that, like putting in moves back and forth, is that that's a theme with you. I feel like at least something that I've really gotten to witness a lot in the last year. CIM, getting to run with
Oh, yeah.
Peyton, Black Canyon, getting to have that duel with Becca,
Mhm.
Western States, getting to have like that last like the push with Leah. These
Oh
like
my goodness.
these
Yeah.
like these friends and companions and colleagues and teammates of yours that you get to like really go to the well with.
Mhm.
And I think that a lot of us shy away from that or fear it a little bit, and you seem to really embrace it. And I'm kind of just curious how you've like developed that as your racing mindset.
Yeah, it's actually something that Tyler taught me. And actually something he taught his high school cross country kids about this idea of competition as collaboration and like, seeing your competitors as collaborators in this quest to get the most out of yourself. And in the end, it doesn't really matter what place you're in. Like, yeah, you want to win, you want to be podium, whatever, but like what's most important is that you get the most out of yourself. And sometimes you win and you don't get the most out of yourself. And that's still not very satisfying. So I think just like knowing and feeling some peace with like the fact that you did the best you could, really, truly. And I have Anna to thank for that.
Yay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I'm gonna start tearing up in studio. I guess maybe at least final question on my end. Just had a great race here. I'm curious as to where we're gonna see you next, kind of closing out 2024 and then going towards 2025.
Yeah. So I'm actually right now signed up for both Ultra Trail Cape Town and JFK, which are the same weekend. I think JFK will be a little easier to train for with the hours that I have right now. So I'm leaning towards that. And then next year, looking towards Western States and hopefully CCC or possibly UTMB
Awesome.
if I can feel like I can get the training in for that. But that's the dream. The ultimate lifetime dream is to run UTMB.
Last question from me. What are your thoughts on Mammoth Lakes, and can we expect to see you here?
Well,
Full-time?
Rod kind of, we talked about this off camera, but I love it so much. I mean, it's just a beautiful place. And Tim Tollefson, the race director, sure knows how to throw a party. I will 1000% be back here next year, whether I'm racing or helping out or whatever. It's just a really, really beautiful place and a special community. And I feel super lucky to be here.
Well, thanks for joining us. Big round of applause for Rachel Jake, 4th place today.
Thanks, friends.
Thanks, Rachel. We're going to bring the top American male from today. Garrett's going to make his way into studio.
Come on, Garrett.
Race belt still on, I want to point out.
I think I could see him cramping from here.
Yeah, easy does it. Come join us on the couch. Welcome.
Thanks.
We have Garrett from Salt Lake City here. Garrett, how many times have you been to Mammoth?
I don't think I can count on two
Yeah.
hands the amount of times.
Yeah.
It's my favorite place in the country, the
I was
whole
gonna say-
Eastern
I
Sierra.
was going to say for running or for skiing?
Only a couple times for skiing, a lot more for running or just exploring.
We'll change that come next April.
Cool. Well, you had an amazing day. You took it out hard, right? And it seems like you came in today with a purpose and some intention. Kind of walk us through that first stretch up to Twin Lakes.
Yeah, about 3/4 of a mile in, I was feeling pretty good. I'd slid up next to Christian Allen, and we were in about 5th, right behind like Remy, Philemon, and Patrick. And I looked over to him. I was like, "Are you gonna go with these guys?" And he kind of looked at me and shook his head. And I was like, like F it, like we ball. I'm just gonna see what I can do. And I figured I was gonna blow up on the Dragon's Back climb, and just kept pushing and hoped I wouldn't. And I ended up blowing up on the downhill a little bit, but I was far enough away by that point that not that many guys caught me.
Would you say, in general, that's how you like to race? Like you like to just push it until you blow up, or are you thinking a bit more strategically?
I going into a lot of races, I tell myself I'm going to go a little bit more strategically, and the second the gun goes off, if I feel good, like, I don't want to like let guys get away from me, knowing I can run at that point in the race fast enough to stay with them. So, Yeah, that definitely at like headlands last week. I started pretty far in the back and I was in like 40th, about 400 meters in, and realized I felt pretty good and like moved up in the top 10 by the end of the first climb. And um, yeah, it's just fun to make sure that you get the most out of yourself, because if you don't push from the beginning, you might finish not on empty.
Yeah, I think that when we talked about kind of like potential for top Americans in today's race, like mistakenly, I think that your name was left out. You obviously are a very talented, particularly like sub ultra, sub 50K, but up to that kind of 50K mark racer, at least over the last couple of years. I'm curious to hear a little bit more about your season this year and how you feel like it's set up to a fall race.
Yeah, I think that's fair that my name was left out. A lot of my results in the last year and a half haven't really been that good. So, um, yeah, I wouldn't have expected to have my name in the mix for top American either. But yeah, I felt like I over raced a lot last year. Raced like 17 times. I was trying not to do that this year, so I
Smart.
focused really hard on Sears and all. And 8 days before that race, I got in a mountain bike crash and got 12 stitches in my knee, and I wasn't able to race that or Tatra Sky Marathon. So I went out to Europe anyway. I quit my job before and like was kind of wandering around Europe, like what am I doing here? And just like kind of wandering aimlessly and not able to do what I came out here to do. But yeah, I had to take 3 weeks off like completely because of the knee things. I wasn't able to bend it, and I felt like I came back from that pretty fresh and like I've felt a lot better going into these last two races than I have in quite a while. So there's something to be said for like taking some time off and then also just running easy. I haven't run any workouts since I came back, and like you know maybe I'd be a little bit sharper if I was, but I also feel like I run myself into the ground too much when I'm doing that. So maybe I should just be running easy all the time.
Yeah, some lessons learned, it sounds like.
Freshness over sharpness any day, I'd say.
Yeah.
And I feel like those injuries, everyone kind of has them at some point, and I feel like everyone always inevitably comes out refreshed and stronger. But to come out, a month later and be able to do that is pretty great and pretty incredible. I'm kind of curious, as you're kind of finding your niche in the Golden Trail space. Are you committed to like staying and doing this throughout the whole season next year? Or are you looking at any other races?
We'll see how the final goes. I don't really want to think too much about next year yet, but I do want to run the World Championships in Confranc in September next year, so that's kind of gonna be the main goal. So if Golden Trail clashes with that, maybe not, but I don't know. I think next big thing on tap might be a big matchup against Caleb Olson in Trans-Gran Canaria in February, because yeah, we haven't raced in a while and we run together a lot, and I kind of want to like jump up to an ultra for a little bit, and I think that would be
Awesome.
fun to go out there and do that.
Yeah. Would you guys jump up to the 120 there or whatever that distance is?
If I'm doing any of those big island races, it's got to be
It's gotta
the
be
full
big
one.
I think that shows a lot of range. I think one thing that, at least that on the outside looking in, and maybe this like just speaks to like Caleb, your training partner, and like the athletes that spend their time like in the Wasatch, is that while you guys are very fast athletes, you're really passionate like mountain athletes. And I think that those things are sometimes, not always, at odds with one another when it comes to like maybe getting the specific work done versus like getting a big link up done, for example. How have you found balancing that with a summer race calendar or a fall race calendar so that you can kind of get the best of both worlds?
Yeah, so sometimes I feel like I'm missing out on a lot of those big adventures, especially last summer racing so much. I like was not going on trips with Caleb or any of the other guys to go like explore new mountain ranges. Um, but yeah, I think there's space for all of that stuff. Like it's still worth it to learn how to run in really technical off trail terrain, and it makes the actual running feel so much easier. You're just floating along like on trails like this. Um, and yeah, like you need to find joy in your running, or else you're not going to like stick around in the sport, right? So if the workouts aren't fun, like just go on a fun adventure in the mountains. Like fitness will come. Like if you're having fun with it, you're going to run a lot better anyway.
Rewinding a little, just get a little bit of background on you. You came from Cal, where you ran track and field and cross country, and obviously had that very rigorous style of training and someone writing your programs and stuff like that. How do you approach running now? What kind of learnings do you incorporate now that you did from college, and how do you feel like that's helped you get to where you are?
Actually, earlier this summer, I was having my college coach me for a few months.
Awesome.
So we were just doing a lot of like longer strength work, and it was like a lot faster than I've been running in a long time. But nothing compared to what I was running in college, just like a lot longer workouts. And I honestly think before I like got injured, I was probably running a little bit too much. Like I think the learnings that or like the lessons that I've taken from college is I was always running too hard then, and I would show up to races most of the time not ready to perform the way that I should have, and I kind of forgot that for a little while. But I think that's a good thing to remember. Like,
Mhm.
don't leave it all out in training. Show up to race day fresh, like we were talking about earlier.
Yeah. And speaking of showing up to race day fresh, it sounds like, due to injury, that's what happened this year. We talked a little bit about the race today, about how things kind of went out hot, and you were like, well, I guess I've got to try to go for it. I was kind of everywhere up at the top where I didn't see you. I actually didn't get to see you until you came through McCoy, because the men had finally moved up kind of high enough into the women's race for me to catch you before I had to bounce. And at that point, you weren't that far behind Remy, kind of sitting in fifth all of a sudden, which was really cool to witness. Walk us through kind of, coming over the top of the mountain, those like moves kind of into the descent, and kind of how it played out between there and ultimately seeing you come across the finish line in seventh today.
Yeah, I felt like I was running a little bit in no man's land for a lot of the race because Elazine, Philemon, Remy, and Patrick all kind of took off, and there wasn't really any staying with them. By the time we were on the Dragon's back, I couldn't see them anymore. But I had a big gap, or a decent gap on everybody behind me, and I kept expecting someone to come blow by me on the Dragon's back because I didn't really feel like I was moving that well on it. But every time I came around to switch back, I'd have like a little bit bigger gap on the next guy. And yeah, coming over the top, I saw Rod and Tommy Sullivan up there, and Tommy was running with me for a little bit while he was filming. And yeah, I felt like I got a lot of good energy from like the crowd up there. It's always like, a really nice thing to have a lot of people cheering for you up there. And like came onto the descent and was just kind of like picking off women as I saw them up ahead of me. And I was cramping pretty bad once we got a couple miles into the descent and trying to like hold that off, but like knowing that somebody was probably going to come catch me. So by the time I got to the garage, I actually stopped to grab some like electrolytes there because I like was trying to hold off the cramps, and Daniel Pattis was like right behind me at that point. So he went by, and then Marco Filosi was right behind him, and I heard these loud footsteps, like heavy grunting, heavy breathing. I'm like, who is that? And then I hear Marco's voice, and like we're pretty good friends. We've like raced a lot on the Golden Trail Series, and he actually like hosted me in Italy last month.
Oh, cool.
While I was out there, so it was really cool seeing him go by, and he was very encouraging as he went by, and Cesare Maestri was also pretty close behind him, so I was just getting rolled up by the Italians, but luckily I was able to hold off Cesare, and yeah, came into the finish and like went by Rachel like right before the finish, and she had some encouraging words, and it was really nice to yeah, see her and hear that.
How'd you get out of those cramps?
I didn't.
Yeah.
I was just running straight legged for most of the last 30 minutes.
I really only have insight into your Strava, race performances, which you have amazing recaps. Everyone should go follow Garrett and read his recaps. They're hilarious. But it seems like cramping is like a pretty common theme. Have you boiled that down to anything, and do you want to try anything new moving forward?
I keep trying new things,
Yeah.
and I want to tell myself it's just because I'm not getting enough water and electrolytes in, but it might just be that I'm overreaching, and like no matter how much I put down, it's gonna happen anyway. But
Good problem to have then.
yeah, I after the Headlands race, I cramped there too, and I told myself I should probably do 3 bottles for Mammoth, and I just didn't listen to that advice, and I just did 2 today, and started cramping. So maybe I should just try taking in a little bit more.
Yeah, Rod knows a nutritionist that you could probably talk to.
You do, yeah.
Yeah, Rod seems to have gotten it figured out this year, that's for sure.
I don't know. You think you do, and then you don't. Something always happens.
I think maybe final question on my end, and then we'll let Rod maybe have the final word here too, is, okay, so you mentioned that maybe going to Trans Gran Canaria, one of the island races, kind of early winter, reflecting on this season where you raced a lot less than last year, kind of finding a balance in that maybe going into 2025. What can we expect maybe for that season to look like?
I'm not really sure yet. I want to figure out what the qualifiers are for the U.S. team for World Championships and kind of center my season around that. But yeah, hopefully not racing 17 times again.
Yeah, Lauren Puretz yesterday was also like, yeah, I kind of want to know what the qualifiers are. So I think we're all waiting anxiously for that.
Well, great to have you, Garrett. Excited to see what you do next year. It sounds like there's going to be a ski season in between.
Yeah,
now
always
and then.
is.
Yeah. Awesome.
Perfect. Taking that fitness to the island, hopefully in February. Okay. Round of applause for our top American today, Garrett.
Thanks, guys.
And now Rod and I are just going to chat while we wait for Tabor and Anna to get out of anti-doping. So we'll keep an eye on things. Studio will update us as we can. But here's the big thing. We can actually talk about what happened in the race today because we've obviously interviewed Rachel. We've just had Garrett in studio. But we haven't actually talked about what played out in both the men's and women's races for those podium spots, for those top 10 spots. You got a firsthand, look into actually chasing those athletes over the top of the mountain. Why don't we start with the men's race and then we can go to the women's race?
Yeah, well, as far as my perspective goes, I was running up Dragon's Back. I got to see the end of the climb for the men, and it seemed like Alcine was pacing off of Patrick the whole way up that climb. I was able to kind of like see their body language, and both those runners seem like the calmest people ever when you're running uphill versus, I don't know, you might look at like Garrett, for example, and he's working really hard, but Remy, Alcine, Patrick, they all are stone cold when they're climbing. So it was kind of hard to see like what was going to go down, but they were all together, and it seemed like for the most part, Alcine and Patrick were able to stay together on the downhill, and it turned into a sprint finish. They were able to pull away from a lot of the men on those more runnable descents, and yeah.
Yeah, what I witnessed out there, as you said, it seemed that they were calm, cool, and collected. But I think by the time I saw Alcine down at McCoy, the entire right side of his face was just covered in maybe a combination of snot and slobber. Like
I noticed that.
Clear, like so much of that was like hanging off of his face, which is a little bit graphic. But all that to say, like working very, very hard. We then did see a very dramatic sprint finish through the village. It actually kind of came under scrutiny at the end. We were all kind of waiting with bated breath around the finish line to see what actually happened. Have you gotten to see any of that footage?
I didn't see the footage, but I did see the
actual pass happen.
The pass. It was it was very resemblant of like Tom Pidcock passing in the Olympic mountain bike race, if you guys were able to see that. But it was on a spot where you wouldn't really expect a pass to happen. Patrick kind of just took the inside around Alcine right next to this rock. And I think Alcine was seeing Patrick on his shoulder, and, as one would, maybe like try to be strategic about it, maybe put some elbows out. And it was very close to Patrick clipping this rock, probably like 10 meters from the finish. So it was dramatic. I don't know the rules around any of that personally, but it all seemed like fair game to me.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I got to see the aerial footage as well, and Elacine's running on a straight line, and Patrick has to move in order to avoid the rock, and that's where contact was made, which in my mind is not Elacine like pushing him off the race course.
Right.
So
yeah.
I don't know. There's a saying, rubbing is racing. So maybe that's a little bit of what was panning out there. But we also had they were working so hard in part because the closer on their heels, Philemon, was not going to let off the gas whatsoever.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So 1 second between Alcine and Patrick.
A repeat of last weekend.
I mean, God, I can't imagine being in that situation again. And it's cool to see them fight and still have that fight in them. Philemon 3 minutes back there and holding off a hard charging Remy another 20 seconds back.
Yeah, I got to witness them kind of having that back and forth up higher on the mountain. Remy was sitting in sitting in that same position as they crested the top, and then that gap seemed to grow a little bit before maybe Remy was able to kind of put things back together before the finish ultimately. But one thing that we didn't mention yesterday in our preview show is that there have been course changes to the 26K, and we weren't course changes, and the race started 2 hours later effectively this year than last year. So we were kind of wondering if the weather would have any impact on the racers, and or if those course changes would have any impact on the racers. We did see exceptionally fast times yet again this year. So I'd be curious to talk to runners who have been here both this year and last year about some of those, but it seems to have gone unfazed.
Yeah, I did a run through of last year's course before the race and a run through of this year's course before the race. This is definitely, the downhills on this course are a bit more technical intentionally. I think there was feedback after last year that everyone's like, this is like a road race. So I think Tim wanted to make it a little bit more challenging, and he took some more expert level downhill mountain bike trails to get back to Canyon Lodge. So I think in general the descent should be uh, slower, but I don't think the times really reflected that. And we're starting, to your point, hours later in the day, 100% hotter than last year. It was almost like freezing temps to start the race last year. So yeah, I don't know. Just none of that matters anymore. You know, the races are always just going to get faster every year, I feel like.
Yeah. I mean, year over year, the top 10 was incredibly fast. Behind those men kind of making up the rest of the top 10, we had Daniel Pattis and Marco Felici make it in fifth and sixth. Garrett, who's just in studio with us, in seventh. Cesar in eighth. Jonas Soldini, who was second in the VK on Friday, made it into ninth. And then the other Remy, the Canadian Remy, who was fourth in the VK on Friday, finished out in 10th, holding off Sam Hendry, who finished 11th. A big thing that we've talked about a little bit this weekend that we got to actually watch play out here, which was very cool, was that separate start for the men and the women, with the women starting at 9:40 local time, the men starting at 10 a.m. local time. I don't know if that made your job in the field harder or easier.
I mean, technically it made it easier. So my job was to run with the first woman to the top and then follow the next top 10 women up to the top. And then presumably there would be a gap until you saw the first man. So I was expecting to go all the way back to my starting point and have to chase down Oseen and Patrick all the way back to the top. But before I knew it, the top two men were already at the summit while I was still chasing the women. So luckily I didn't have to go up the steep parts with them. But yeah, I was honestly incredibly surprised to see them where they were that early into the race.
Yeah, I think talking to Danny, we expected the men to maybe catch on the downhill.
Yeah.
And so to all of a sudden turn around before we left the summit to have the podium of men come through there
Exactly.
also felt very, very impressive. That being said, I think it was well into the downhill before Patrick and Ellison actually overtook Joyce, for example. And my perspective on having a separate start means that, you know, it benefits the media team, it benefits those athletes. The women get a cleaner start. They aren't losing understanding or touch of what place they're in the early miles because they're not having to mix it up with men that are maybe more mid pack of the elite race. So I thought that was very cool. I guess, from your perspective, do you see that being a potential? The Golden Trail World Series has done that kind of consistently this year, either with separate days for racing or separate starts. Could you see that being like a long-term strategy with these big high-level racing?
I think so. Yeah. And in these shorter races too, I think it makes more sense in getting the whole field to a critical checkpoint or a critical area where things change in the race at the same time. So all of the media can be focused on that one spot. And I think we were able to see a lot of action on the summit on the live feed today because of that staggered start.
Yeah. And what was really cool though too was getting to see then the women's race play out very cleanly up at the top. I mean, I saw them at Twin Lakes, and at that point, we saw Joyce kind of already with a little bit of lead, all the women running separately from one another. It was like Joyce, 10 seconds, Floria, 10 seconds, and then kind of this chase pack of American women. It was Lauren Gregory, Anna, Rachel, you know, with 10 to 15 seconds between each of them. All of a sudden at the top, we saw kind of those gaps spread out between Joyce and Madalena. Those two both run so incredibly fast though. And look, I can't tell if they're happy, sad, very, very stoic athletes.
Definitely. And it kind of feels like everyone at the very front of those fields just seems so calm and relaxed in general. And yeah, it's pretty amazing to see. And what really blows my mind, being a local here, it is just seeing people coming from maybe not high altitude and then being able to come run at 11,000 feet and look that stoic and look that fine, and still be able to turn it on and crush like the times. And yeah, I'd love to just kind of get into the athletes' heads a little bit as we get into some interviews and hear about that. And going back to like our previous point on the staggered starts, I want to hear from the women's side how they feel like that affected their races too. And if, I don't know, there was some awesome boost from being at the very front of the field versus like feeling, you know, even though you're leading your race, maybe you're in the middle of the pack because of you guys all started at the same time.
Yeah, I feel like it's not no longer a time trial.
Yeah.
And maybe it's a time trial for Joyce, but for everyone else, I don't think it's a time trial all of a sudden. I do think that you're actually seeing these moments of racing. We got to see, Anna and Rachel have that battle that was unencumbered by anyone else in the field, which I think is really important. So then again, behind Joyce, who's on a burner
Yeah.
of a season, feels untouchable this year in a big way. Madalena had a later start to the year. It seems like she's dealing with a bit of an Achilles niggle, but seemed to run, effortlessly today in a lot of ways.
Mhm.
So not slowing her down by any means. And then kind of the American onslaught behind them. I think 6 in the top 10. We had Anna Gibson leading that charge, finishing in 3rd. Rachel Drake, who we just had in studio, finishing in 4th. Tabor Hemming and Lauren Gregory actually having a super intense battle. Tabor's currently with USADA for anti-doping. We're hoping to have her in studio before she has to take off to get back to the airport. We're not sure if that will happen or not. But Tabor and Lauren had an intense battle as well, with Tabor, I think, making the pass pretty low down on the descent. A Swiss athlete who's new to me, who I believe is unsponsored, Aurea, finishing in 7th. Ali Ostrander moving up into 8th. MK Sullivan in 9th. And then Yao Miao fighting through a day to finish in 10th. After an amazing races over the UTMB finals this year. But it was really cool to watch the, super tight battles at the end there. I think every 30 seconds we essentially had a runner making their way across the finish line.
That's so close. And just knowing if you were like a minute faster, how many places you would have been up is it makes a lot of what ifs in your head, right? And it's cool. It's awesome racing to see here. What is your take overall on the course and how it runs? And do you think this is like a faster course, or do you think the altitude is slowing it down at all?
I mean, I live at about 60 feet above sea level. So personally, this is a nightmare course for me,
Okay.
in which there's very fast running from the start.
Mhm.
And then you've got a pretty intense climb to up at 11,000 feet, which would probably bring me to my knees.
Yep.
And then the descent, I would maybe hopefully progressively feel better. I personally like that technical downhill historically, but there are some really, really fast, like dirt road, cat track descents in there too, where you have to have that raw leg speed to just like effortlessly turn it over.
You really do. And there's rollers too. It's not like a bomber descent down.
Yeah.
And I think that ultimately it means you can't be at your limit at the summit, or you're gonna get passed, really. And that's like the tricky thing. Like, you're redlining from the start because it's the start, and then you're climbing at altitude, and it's like, good luck recovering doing that.
Yeah, I guess, we're both, I would say, I don't know, 100-mile specialists trying to figure out a 26K race in here. Do you think that personally, I mean, okay, for me, this race is terrifying, right? Like a 100-mile slog that's still hard, where you're on the rivet, where it's competitive, is also obviously very taxing. But reflecting on a race like this, are you happy with your decision to make a Western States UTMB style focus versus this style of racing?
100%. I mean, I really don't think I could compete. I was never, thinking about like my past and everything. I was never, I don't think I could hold like 5:30 pace for 5 miles on the road at sea level, and I was never able to do stuff like that. So racing at your lactate threshold and racing, putting in like moves at your VO2 max is just, I'm done, I can't do that. And, I have so much respect for them. I think like people often, make a really big deal about the big races and see them as like the ultimate goal, and like view that as what trail running is. But really, when we think about true pure athletes and how good these people are, it's the people racing these races.
Yeah, I mean, we reflected on this yesterday during our preview too, and this is, I think, especially true in the women's race. You've got Ali Ostrander, who is at Olympic trials in the steeplechase. You have Lauren Gregory, who's at Olympic trials in the 5K. You have Rachel Drake, who ran an amazing PR at CIM to make the Olympic trials in the marathon. You have Anna Gibson, who made the Olympic trials in the 1500. Like, you have to be able to effortlessly run. Yao Miao's got an incredibly fast road marathon PR. She does big roadblocks. MK Sullivan is also in that boat.
Yeah.
It feels like you have to have raw leg speed to make sure that you can pull this off.
Exactly. Yeah.
New training block for you?
I'd like to throw some stuff in, but don't expect me to be racing Golden Trail races.
Yeah, not anytime soon anyway. I think what we're going to do, if we can, is we're going to actually throw to a quick commercial break while we reset. It sounds like we're going to be able to get Anna Gibson into studio in just a couple minutes. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
When I was a kid, we would go on adventures. Like in Kenya, we call them adventure. Like adventure would be you just go in the thicket, you just kind of make your way through it, and you go back home. That adventure piece was a huge part of me that when I got back into trail running, I reconnected with that part of me that I thrived through that adventure. My name is Ngugi Kihara and I'm from Nairobi, Kenya. I moved to the US when I turned 20, and I just had a really difficult time finding my footing in myself, in my identity here in the US. At the same time, I knew that there was this part of me that needed something. And then I started practicing yoga and I found like some quiet through meditation, and I was like, wow. Just that was the path that got me to like feeling I could just be with myself. Around 2019, when I just started to explore running just a little bit, I found this huge mindful component of the meditative practice while out on the trails. These tools that are helping me find my own happiness, my peace, my conflict, my challenge, like just everything wrapped into one. And I can experience all those things in one beautiful hour outside in the morning. Like I feel how much more present I am for my kiddos, for my family, for myself. Was just what I needed. The thing I'm most excited about for Western States is the adventure of it, as being a participant on the course with other people that are pursuing the same challenge and the same adventure in their own purpose, and knowing that we're doing that together and to grow from whatever beauty and challenges the course will have for me that day.
I've stood out everywhere I've gone my entire life, and I'm proud of that. I have 2 daughters and I want them to know that that's okay for them too, and really for anybody else who feels like they're always standing out, that there's nothing wrong with being the unicorn in the sea of horses, and that it's actually a good thing. My name is Hiba Hefsi. I'm a Muslim woman. I grew up in a really conservative Muslim household, and 10 years ago it was really hard to find hijabs that were made from dry fit material. The wardrobe for women who want to be fit has completely changed. A lot of brands have made hijabs and kind of more modest clothing for women to wear when they run. There are definitely not many people who show up dressed the way that I do or look the way that I do. And for a while, I would say there was some imposter syndrome for sure. You know, you show up and everybody looks completely different than you. Anybody can run trails, and you can fit in anywhere, no matter what you look like. Just learning to kind of put myself in places where I don't feel like I belong and realize that you do belong. That's how we grow, and that's how we approach new challenges head on and say, I'm gonna conquer that. And that's actually what made me want to do Western States. If other people can do this challenging thing, why can't I? It's not easy to be different and to always stand out, and it's okay to have down days, but to always remind yourself that this is the only life we get. I'm never gonna feel the way that I feel again, and there's just not enough time in our lives to spend worried about what other people think or how we fit, and that the only way to be is how you are.
They say we run to pray, we run to heal, we run to celebrate, and we run to learn. Hello, everyone. Good morning. As Magda said, I'm Alex Staten. I am Dene in Mexican, and I'm just grateful to be here representing Rising Hearts and Good Energy. Growing up, sometimes there's a feeling of like, are you Mexican enough? Are you Native enough? Doesn't matter where you're starting at. Learning is just the first step. That's all it takes. Asking questions and encouraging that curiosity and not stifling it. We stand beside the Nisenan people and their right to sovereignty, self-governance, and self-determination through the stabilization of their people, homelands, and culture. Being up there doing the land acknowledgement, it felt like an honor. Being affiliated with Rising Hearts and working with them, it's an opportunity to spread that education and that awareness. At the end of the day, I hope people, not only listen to it, but even throughout the run, just taking in their surroundings and keeping in mind the lands that we run on and who are the original caretakers of the land. And it's just a way to feel even more connected. And, we get outside because we want to be outside. Just feeling the ground under our feet and getting in the dirt and crossing the streams, I just think it's another way to be more present and more connected. Now, as the Dene or Navajo people would say, let's walk, or in this case, mostly run and hike in beauty today. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex.
All righty, welcome back. Again, we are rounding things out here at the Mammoth Trail Fest 2024. We've got that video set up for you at that finish line as we watch more and more finishers make their way in. Again, 2,100 runners taking the start line this weekend from Friday all the way through to Sunday. Rod, while we wait for Anna to finish up with anti-doping, it dawned on me. Well, this is my first time at Mammoth Trail Fest. You live here. You live down the street somewhere, and this is definitely your home. Tell us a little bit about how cool the weekend is that Tim has created here, what it's like to be a part of it in different ways. What does it mean to the community?
Yeah, for context, there's probably 8,000 to 10,000 people who actually live in Mammoth. So having another 2,000 people who are coming into town and participating is pretty crazy, and putting our town at capacity also, but that's a good problem to have. It's awesome to see, for as stunning of a trail location Mammoth is, there actually aren't that many runners in the population. So it's cool to share these trails with people. I was out showing some people around some of the local great stuff in the wilderness yesterday, and being able to really show off our town has been special. And I think, in the last couple of years since this event has taken place, Mammoth has gone on the map a little. You'll hear people talking about not sleeping on the east side. So I think we're in a good place, and I hope to see more and more, of our friends and people joining the running community choose this race as a staple for the year.
Yeah, not only is it a staple for a year, but not sleeping on the east side, that kind of is reference as well to the number of trail running elites who make Mammoth home. Talk a little bit about the local running community, yourself being a large part of that.
Yeah, there's a great training group here. And we all we don't talk about it a lot because you don't want to talk about it, but
it's a secret.
Yeah, it's a secret. But we don't really talk about the struggle often of living and training in Mammoth and dealing with the winters and having to drive down south. But I think that kind of hardship has got us really close, and it's got us close to sharing our goals and who we want to be in the sport. So we have a very solid elite group. Some names, Tim, obviously, Danny Moreno, Katie Asmuth. We will go on drives down south together and do our respective workouts, and it feels like a good community and family. And I feel like the people who choose to be here to train here take it very seriously, and it's definitely leveled me up just being around a community that cares that much about the sport.
Yeah, we've talked a lot this week about Tim's creativity when it comes to putting on a race weekend like this, that I think most of us think of races as this logistical puzzle, this nightmare of all the moving pieces that you have to fit together, but it really does, I think, take a creative lens. Talk a little bit about watching Tim grow this thing year over year. I'm pretty sure we've doubled the number of race entrants even between last year and this year. How have you watched that build? We got to shout out a ton of really cool locals in the 50K yesterday, for example. Everyone was very hyped. Dana Stimson was in studio with us. Bentley put together a great race. Tell us a little bit about watching Tim's vision grow.
Yeah, I I run with Tim quite a bit, and I remember after Trail Fest the first year, so 2 years ago, I think we ran together a week later, and he was already thinking about the next year and thinking about places to improve. I think he already had like a list of people who wanted to sign up again, and that's kind of when he started also talking to Golden Trail for the first time. So to be able to see it take off in just one iteration and wanting to grow it to be like an actual elite level race while still having the local community vibe was really incredible. Tim is a hard person to get to ask for help. So you have to really like plug yourself in and be like, Tim, I'm gonna do this. And he wants to do everything, and he has so many ideas, and it's amazing to see this is just the third year and what we will see come in the next following years. I think something pretty big this year, if you guys were able to witness it or see any talks live, but we had Sally McRae do a 200-mile route around Mammoth called Project Mammoth. One massive loop of the east side here, and that has been Tim's dream for probably close to a decade, and seeing it come to life and the logistics behind it all was insane. So to skip just from a 50K to a 200-mile, there's obviously a lot in between there and the possibility for a lot of stuff there. So we're really just scratching the surface. I feel
Yeah,
like.
it was cool. So if you've missed that, right, you're gonna go check out Sally McRae's Instagram. They're gonna be putting out a series of episodes, effectively leading up to a film, kind of over the holiday season. So end of November into December. But yeah, you actually got to, having just met Sally, I think about a week ago, you actually got to go pace and crew part of this literal mammoth undertaking. Tell us a little bit about heading out overnight in your backyard, getting to bring Sally through it.
What was interesting is I actually hadn't run a lot of the trails that I came in paced for, so that was a cool experience for me. Joining in at mile 160 for Sally was also quite an experience. She chose, this is our fifth 200 miler in 11 months, by the way. She did the Grand Slam, and hopefully Project Mammoth is part of that one day. We'll have to think of another name for it, but yeah, fifth 200 miler in 11 months, and she wanted to implement a new strategy, which was not sleeping a minute and just moving. So I gotta really take a front row seat to all of that, and it was a very special experience being able to really meet Sally and like seeing her in a very vulnerable state and being able to really connect with her in that way, yet at the same time have these moments of hallucinations and what happens when you don't sleep for 3 days, and trying to navigate that and being the best support person available to her at the time. So it was extremely special, and it was cool to see such a legend come and take on such a challenge here.
Yeah, if
So,
you have not watched yet, I think there's a live that's probably saved on Hillary Yang's Instagram account, and it is of the finishing steps of Sally making it up to the summit of Mammoth Mountain. I think twice in her giant effort. So if you haven't seen that yet and you want a good cry, it's 4 minutes of your life that I think is well worth it. But breaking news in studio, fresh out of anti-doping, we have today's third place finisher, top American at the Golden Trail World Series 26K at Mammoth Trail Fest, Anna Gibson.
Woohoo! Hi guys.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you for having me.
We had to ad-lib for a while here, but I think the people watching are very much grateful that we have pulled off a Mad Lib scenario in order to make you come into studio with us.
It's funny, you finish the race and it's like you still got things to do, your
Yeah.
day's not done yet. You're still racing.
You did great. Like it could take like 3 hours to get that first P out. So
Yeah, I'm pretty proud.
Rod's not
This
talking
is
from
record timing for me.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like you really want to get pulled for anti-doping because that means you're on the podium, but at the same time, it's like this afternoon could be a lot longer now. Well, congratulations on an amazing race.
Thank you.
I guess, to kick things off, before we dive like maybe directly into the race today, you raced the Headlands 27K last weekend, more or less on home turf. You've been a resident of Mill Valley for the last 6 months or so. They're claiming you. I, by tangent, then are claiming you as a Mill Valley person. And it seemed like you were a little disappointed with how that race went. Talk to us a little bit about that and then having to bounce back for this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely didn't have the day I was hoping for at Headlands, but it's funny, like I think after the race walking around, people are like, "Oh, you did great. Like, what's going on?" You know, like, "Oh, why are you disappointed? Why are you bumming?" And I think like there's always like a little bit more to a performance than just the outcome. Like 7th at any Golden Trail race is great, and I know that. Like I was stoked. I'm in the top 10. It's all good. Like season goes on, but I think I just like really suffered out there at Headlands. Like the battle started pretty early, and I like had to fight some negative thoughts that I haven't had in races in a while. Like I've been having a great year, and it kind of caught me by surprise. So when I crossed the finish line, I was like a little overcome with emotion and was like, wow, that was low. Like I had a hard time out there. So I think just the experience I had was not quite as fun as it usually is, and I was disappointed with that. But yeah, we came back, lived to see another day, you know?
Quite at altitude this weekend.
Yeah, I was stoked to come up to Mammoth. So
Yeah, well, it sounds like you handled the battles pretty well, so should be proud of that, definitely. But I can totally resonate. Like, some people will say 7th is great, but only you know what happened out there, and there's places for you to really see improvement. And I think it's cool to have another opportunity a week later to really prove yourself wrong and prove that you can fight those demons. So yeah, kind of walk us through what happened. I mean, we were able to see, or I was personally able to see a lot of it up Dragon's Back, but yeah, walk us through that point getting up to the steep climb.
yeah, I mean, honestly, my race plan was just to like go out kind of mellow, and like if women wanted to go, that's fine. Like I didn't need to be up there with them trying to take the lead. So
I want to say that no one looked mellow when I saw you at Twin Lakes. Just to set the record straight, mellow for Anna means different things for us.
it didn't exactly feel mellow in the moment, but I was like, okay, I'm not gonna just be the person who's like leading the charge. I wanted to get to the bottom of Dragon's Back and feel good, and then knowing that I had like, yeah, whatever 40 minutes of climbing after that, I wanted to feel really good in that section because I knew that's where I was strongest. So I was kind of just like, okay, be patient, just wait, it's all gonna come. It's like fine, you got so much time to run. And yeah, Dragon's Back was great. It was awesome. I was like kind of just working with a couple women, like Tabor was out there, Rachel Drake and I were there together, like just kind of pulling each other through different sections, going back and forth. Lauren Gregory was there. So it was like just this squad of American women, and I know them all like personally to varying degrees. So it was just great. We'd pass each other and be like, okay, come on, girl, we got this. Like just pushing each other, which was so fun. I haven't had that in a race where we're like actually running together in a while. And it's so great to just like be pulling the best out of each other.
Yeah, I mean, it was super cool. So I got to be at Twin Lakes, the top, and then McCoy. And so I got to witness like you having to break out into a hike, for example, going up Dragon's Back, which is, to be fair, I think I would have hiked a lot of it. So kudos. Well, Rachel put a move in there. We saw Rachel like run over the top of Dragon's Back. And then I saw you at McCoy together, basically. And from talking to Rachel, it sounds like you had actually kind of bridged back maybe just before that aid station, before you guys both continued, it sounds like, to duke it out and put moves in all the way down to the bottom, where you did eventually get away. So tell us a little bit about heading into that descent and then making that move back, and then the battle that ensued from there to the village here where we are sitting.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it didn't really feel like much of a battle until we were like down in the last couple of cruisy miles, like down, yeah, past the last aid station. I felt like that's where it really turned into a fight. Like the rest of it, we would like go by each other and just be like, okay, come on, let's go. Like we were working together. And there was a couple of moments where like when she crested over the mountain before me, I was like, okay, maybe I'm about to get dropped. Like I'm not quite sure. She like was kind of on a mission. And there were a few other points where like I passed her where I was on a mission, but we kept meeting back up. And so it's like, yeah, it felt like teamwork, honestly. And like the battle really started when we got down and we were running pretty fast. And yeah, I was like, okay, it's now or never. Like, I don't know. I'm going to take a risk and I'm going to send it and see if I can put a move on her that actually sticks. And she might get me, but I'm going to try. So I did, like a mile from the finish.
So was that kind of like an instantaneous mentality shift of like, okay, now I'm going for the podium versus like before it was like, I'm going for a run with my buddy Rachel.
A very hard
Definitely.
run with my buddy Rachel.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely became like, okay, I know we're fighting for third place, and I was fourth at this race last year.
Yeah.
I was like really stoked with fourth last year, but I was like, if I get fourth again, I'm gonna be kind of mad. Like, I don't want to get fourth again. I want to get on the podium. I want to be third. And so I was like, okay, like it's me against Rachel now. Like we've helped each other get to this point. And like I knew we had a little bit of a break after that, so I was like, okay,
Yeah.
this is the move. Like I'm going.
Yeah, I can say that she was worried about you and particularly Lauren Gregory, knowing that you both are coming off of really fast road and track seasons. She's coming back from Western states, so I think that she was definitely concerned about kind of what might happen in those final miles. And I asked her, I said, "Oh, was that a terrain choice where it's like it was just flat enough where Anna was just rolling a lot faster, or was it an intentional move?" And she's like, "Well, you're gonna have to ask Anna about that." She's like, "But it felt like a move." So she felt the burners turn on there in a big way.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when I went around her at first, I was like, okay, I'm not sure if this is it, but like I think I knew within like 30 seconds. I was like, okay, this is decisive. Like I'm going. It wasn't gonna be just another one where I'm like letting her like hang on to me. I was like, hey, we're way too close to the finish for this.
You didn't want it to come down to a race down the stairs.
No, I mean, I had that going through my head. I was like, wow, if this turns into a sprint finish, like I'm feeling pretty empty. Like I'm not really sure, honestly. Like, yeah, we just ran 16 miles. Like I don't have the leg speed that I do in a 1500 when I'm at that point in a race. So
That's so funny. Rachel's like, I don't have anywhere near the leg speed of Anna. And it's funny you're thinking of it from a 1500-meter context. She's probably thinking of it from like a
100-mile context.
100-mile.
Yeah, she's like, I can suffer for 17 and a half hours. And you're like, I like to race for three
Yeah.
minutes. So you guys are meeting in the middle here at 16 miles. I guess looking at your season, kind of reflecting at what might be coming next. I know that you were over in Europe for Poland and that race got canceled. So how are things setting up for you right now in the Golden Trail World Series? Are you headed to finals next month? What is that looking like?
Yeah, I mean, this was my third race, so we'll see where this puts me in the points, but I'm stoked to like get a podium to add. I think, yeah, because I have 6th at Series and all, 7th last weekend, and then 3rd here. So
Oh yeah, you're set.
I'm stoked. It's kind of funny like coming into the Golden Trail season for the back half and like just feeling behind like optics wise, even though I'm not actually. Because a bunch of the people like ahead of me in the scoring like had their races counted already. So yeah, it was exciting to like get this today, and I'm excited for the final. Like definitely planning on going there and yeah, giving a battle, trying to get ranked in the top 10. So
Heck yeah.
yeah.
Corinne and I were talking a little bit about the staggered start and having the women start earlier. How do you feel like that affected your race, all of a sudden not having, a ton of men around you and being able to see in front of you, I guess, as you're taking it out hard?
I will preface this by saying last week I would have answered this question very differently. Last week I was like, I hate this because it was foggy at Headlands, so I literally could not see the women in front of me or behind me, and like you'd have these very brief interactions. I was like, I'm so alone. This isn't fun. I'm like out for a time trial on these trails that I've been training on for the last couple months, like by myself. This is not a good time. Like I didn't really enjoy that. So last week I was like, yeah, I'd rather race with the men. Then today it was awesome. Like it was so fun, and just having like, yeah, you look up and you see the people in front of you and you're like, those are the people I'm racing.
I
like,
know what place I'm in.
I know what place I'm in. I knew what place I was in the entire race. And just like, yeah, feeling that kind of girl power where it's like, we're in a crew. There's like 3 of us. We're working together. Like, this is great. Yeah, it's a completely different experience than racing like buried in a men's race.
Yeah.
And it was even kind of fun, like having the men go by us in the last couple miles. Like everyone's like, let's go. Like they get kind of excited when they come by and see what's happening in our race too. So yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, we even heard that from like Garrett at the finish here too, like kind of getting to see Rachel at the end there. And, like even in like the last, like we're talking like the last like 500 meters, like cheering each other on all the way in. I think that is like that level of camaraderie. Last weekend, you guys started on different days. This weekend was more, I think, akin to a lot of the other Golden Trail races where if it's a race that already exists out there in the world, they're doing these early starts. And I do think that also it's cool. Like Joyce almost finished first. Like she almost held them off completely. And like, that's also kind of this like interesting dynamic to the whole thing.
Yeah. And honestly, like I much prefer what we did today because it's like all these people are here for both races and they're getting to watch both. Like it definitely felt like the spectators were spread between the races last weekend, like, and it just was very quiet out.
Yeah.
And it's like the hype that comes with like both races happening at the same time and duking it out. It's super fun.
Well, we're
Yeah,
here
it
for the
was
hype.
it was awesome to have the epicenter be at the summit,
Mhm.
all within a few minutes of each other. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a very
Yeah,
exciting
getting around
atmosphere.
this course was also very easy. As a person who made it all over the place, like it was surprisingly easy
Oh
to
my
get to
gosh.
see you.
I was like, wait, Corinne's here again? Like, what? Where'd you even come from? I don't know how you got around so fast. You were at
Danny
all the key
Moreno.
spots.
Danny Moreno's a magician. And actually, she really wanted someone to give splits at McCoy last year, and there was no one there. That aid station with like I don't know, partway down the mountain where we saw you guys. Like
Yeah.
she wanted people there last year and there wasn't. And so she's like, we got to go there. We got to go there to cheer them on because I needed it last year and didn't have it. So I took the gondola back down, got off at the halfway point and stayed until you all came through and then
It was
took off again.
perfect.
And still managed to we rushed and we got here just in time to get you guys to the finish as well.
Perfect timing.
It was super special. Okay, so you've got finals coming up. For those who don't know, but you should know, Anna also races on the track for Brooks. We mentioned that you were at the Olympic trials for the 1500. You're kind of balancing this track schedule into trail schedule, seemingly very well. Like it seems like it's a good a good thing is going on here. I know it's kind of year 2-ish of that happening in a big way. I guess tell us a little bit about, where we can expect to see you next and if you are thinking about kind of what that might look like as we head into 2025.
Yeah, well, I don't know. This past year was obvious what I should do. It's like, okay, finish my time in the NCAA. I want to do track and trail and compete at a high level. And the Olympic trials are coming up, so it's great. I'll do I'll race track through the Olympic trials, and then I'll switch over and I'll start doing the back half of Golden Trail, and I'll get to have the best of both worlds happening all at once. Compete at a really high level in both, back to back. So that was obvious what I should do to me. And then this year I'm like, man, I have no idea what I'm going to do. I don't know what comes next. Part of me is curious what happens if I give more than half to one of them. I don't really know where that will put me. And I'm not sure if it's something I want to find out. So honestly, I have no idea how to answer this question. I'm I don't know where I'll be next year.
What does the heart say?
The heart?
Mm-hmm. Which did you enjoy more racing?
You're not going to offend
Well,
us either way.
Okay,
Just
I will say
safe space.
I'm never going to give up the mountains. I will always be here
You're a Jackson
because
girl.
this is who I am, and this is my community. And I just have so much fun when I'm racing out here. So it's yeah, I'm not going to not do trail.
Yeah.
That's one of the options that's not on the table. But I also am not ready to give up track yet. So it'll be some balance.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, we're excited to follow along either way.
Very.
We're going to work on shutting things down here. So big round of applause for third place finisher, top American, Anna Gibson.
The most exciting race today.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for all your hard work too.
Yeah. Thanks, Anna. We'll see you soon. All righty. I think we're going to wrap things up here in studio. I guess the big thing is how are you feeling decompressing from the weekend? You ready to let it all go?
There's one more event this weekend, Corinne.
Oh, no. You going to tell the people what's going on?
Trail Fest After Dark. May or may not be a race going on in the village tonight at 6 p.m. Can't divulge the details. You have to be there to find out.
That seems totally fair.
Yeah.
So if you want to if you're Chad Hall looking to do the quad, you'll find him there. We did see him come through the finish line officially for the triple. So big props to him. I mean,
seriously,
an incredible weekend. Obviously our hosts here at Mammoth Mountain and at the village have been incredible. We couldn't do it without the title sponsor being Solomon, also with huge help from the folks over at GOO. Amazing folks behind the scenes. All the volunteers here are incredible. Tim Tollefson is one of the best race directors in the entire world. We have to give a huge shout out to the people behind the cameras all weekend, making this all possible. The people over at Mountain Outpost.
woo!
Woo! This is where in theater they flash the lights for all of you. And I guess the last thing we have to say is that if you guys want more trail and ultra action, the next time the Mountain Outpost will be live is going to be at Javelina 100, coming up at the end of October, the 26th and 27th. I may or may not be racing. I may or may not be commentating. You'll just have to wait and find out.
She'll be there one way or another.
One way or another, I'll be at Javelina. So until then, I'm Corinne Malcolm.
I'm Rod Farber.
We'll see you soon. much.